Okay, hello all. I would love for this to be a short one too, but I don't think it's going to be. Here, move this monitor over here. Hello, Nikki. Can anyone in the Discord tell me if the stream notify thing actually pinged them this time? I changed some permissions around, so it worked good. Okay. Glad to hear it. That's one thing that works. Hello. So, yeah. I have already gotten the new CPU installed under here. And I have tested it. And I will show you guys what happens. Putting this into either display output should theoretically not make a difference. No signal. Same thing as last time. Turning this from the graphics card output to the integrated output, which this new CPU theoretically has, does not make a difference. So, I was wondering why that was, and then I discovered something rather horrible, which I will show you guys if I can clean off some of the thermal grease here. So, I needed a cheap AM4 CPU, ideally with integrated graphics, that was compatible with the earliest BIOS revision this motherboard has, right? So I thought, okay, let's go get a Ryzen 3 2200G. Zen 1, oldest, 2200G is compatible with the oldest BIOS, this should just be fine. In my haste, I don't know if you can see this on camera, what I actually got was a Ryzen 3 Pro 2200G, which is nowhere on the compatibility list, under any BIOS revision. So, I don't know if this has actually changed anything or not. We are still testing this on the new motherboard. It could still be that the motherboard is functionally DOA. So here's the plan of attack. I am going to remove the motherboard, the graphics card, all the internal components out of here. And then we are going to ship of Theseus our way into some combination of parts that will actually work. Just as a sanity check, we're going to put all the old parts back together and make sure that that still posts. And then we are going to gradually swap in new and different things until such time as it breaks again, which will hopefully let us narrow down what the actual problem is. Worst case scenario, what I'd like to end up with at the end of this stream is old motherboard, old CPU, new boot drive with the old OS image installed on it, which should hopefully still work, because it's on a motherboard with the latest BIOS revision, all that fun stuff. All that will theoretically have been done is swapping out the boot drive for a different drive. The errors I have been getting from Dyson Sphere are storage errors. So this is why I got a new boot drive and a new motherboard, because either one of those could have been at fault. but I haven't tested them apart from each other. This is what you see in here is new motherboard, new boot drive, new CPU. So we are going to rip this apart and end up with some combination of parts that theoretically works. And then once the OS is installed, we will try to create a private Dyson Sphere stream off of that and see if just replacing the boot drive fixed the problem. So, storage as in SSD. I have 2 sticks in here. You can see another 2 sticks off in the corner. Those I know are bad. Music request, Subnautica, or Helldivers 2. I don't think I have either of those, but let me look. Let's see. Game soundtracks. Do I have Subnautica? I do not. I have plenty of other games. You can keep naming things. Do I have Outer Wilds? I don't believe I have that soundtrack either. You know what? How does Hades sound? Fulgora OST because of PC, yeah. I was just about to say Hades. Perfect. That we can do. Any of Supergiant's music is phenomenal. Darren Korb knows what he's doing. Alright. Yeah, it's water-cooled, and that is the least of my problems, Dead Like You, and hello. Although I will say that, having this water-cooled has certainly made this, more difficult to, rip things apart and test. Alright. Yay, none of our cables are melted. You'd think that wouldn't be a problem with 8 pins, but I have managed that before. I feel like Kerbal Space Program would match this event. That one I know I don't have. Oh, let's see here. Oh yeah, should probably unplug this before going and ripping any parts out. That would be a wise idea. Let's see here. Which once managed to shred my HDMI cable through the PC fan. Oh dear, that was, that must not have been a fun one. My goodness. Yeah, fun fact, it's only certain kinds of water, along with your PC, that are bad. Distilled water, in theory, is totally fine. Because what actually causes shorts when submerged in water is free ions, if memory serves. And in distilled water, that theoretically doesn't exist. Okay, let's see here. That out. Deionized water is better. Yes, that's almost certainly true. Okay, I left a RGB pin in on the backside. Please don't spill a bunch of water all over everything. as it immediately spills a bunch of water all over everything. Okay. Shove washcloth in the bottom. Problem solved. Apologies for the angle of this. Okay, you. That over there for now. Oh yeah, actually unscrewing the PCI bracket from this graphics card would be an idea, wouldn't it? Okay, graphics card out. Very precarious table. Let's see. What else do we need to rip out of there? Just taking things out. Try just the fans. Oh, progress would be nice, Andrew, and hello. Okay. Let's at least undo these cables. Okay. Tie it over there. Let's see. Alright. Put you back down this way. People can see. So see a bunch of water spilling out of the reservoir. Okay. If the bit could not come out of the screwdriver, that would be great. Well, I screwed that one in tight. Alright. goodness, that one too. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove this reservoir too, aren't I? Okay. Less concerned about Gesundheit. Thank you. Should have used fluoroketone for the cooling loop. You know what? Let's try and leave those. I wonder if I can get away with that. Okay. In theory. Not spill a bunch of water, that would also be great. Floating O-rings. Love to see them. I am going to finish emptying this reservoir in the sink. Alright, wasn't too much left in there, but enough to be a problem. Let's see. Knocked up most of that water. Okay, evaporation will take care of the rest. Let's see. Now we have a whole bunch of front IO. It's yanked out. Alright, what's the problem under here? Sometimes these are out. USB out. Audio out. That's already unplugged. Ugh. Let's see. Another washcloth to catch what's left of you. Thank you, fans. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of water. The reservoir can no longer empty itself into the radiator, so it's just going out to the bottom of the case. As you do. I thought I did a half-decent job of draining this, but apparently not. Okay. Turn this way. What are you getting stuck on? Oh, that's the problem. These fans daisy-chain together. And I have somehow managed to daisy-chain them around a different cable. Let's see. You also need to come apart. If you want an electronic safe liquid to cool your PC with, you could use heptane or cyclohexane. I will take your word for it, but you'll have to forgive me if I don't go looking for non-industrial quantities of what are pretty clearly industrial chemicals. Okay, 3 fans out. Alright, let's see. This back flat. Not pinching a cord. Great. Alright, let's get this motherboard out of here. Cool your PC, yes. Will it explode if you still manage to overheat your PC? Also, yes. Yeah, sounds like a great option. High risk, high reward. Fine. Nikki's in both chats, Sneaky Drummer. Not sure about the twink part, though. Okay, let's see. She's flipped out. If we can manage to not get snagged on a fan cable. Alright. New board, new boot drive, old RAM, no CPU. You go there for now. Probably not a bad idea to okay. What else? Should probably take the power supply out of here. Let's see, how do we want to do that? Really, how do we want to do that while catching the water that's still spilling out of the reservoir is the better question. Automod dislikes you. What's it doing now? Okay. There with that hand. Trying to catch the water with the other. Okay. That is why we are doing all of this on top of a towel. Okay, let's see here. Oh, we'll leave the upper fans in for now, although I will probably have to redo these at some point. That can wait. Alright. The issue for now is getting the power supply out. Okay. Circuit 1. This is being checked by mods. Oh, that probably means me. Let's see. Ha. There we go. Allowed. Thank you, Twitch, for blocking that while YouTube does not. Okay. Power supply. Let's not take this out all the way just yet. Let's see. That is power for the RGB controller. Completely tearing up my finger. That would be nice. There we go. Okay. Power for the water pump. else that I would like to move the extensions. Keep those somewhere else. The cat is on the bed behind me, and she is getting gradually surrounded by computer pieces. I have nowhere else to go. Okay, that gives us power supply. Let's see, everything else now on the floor. Alright, let's see here. I don't want to put motherboards onto a towel, so let's clear this off. So screws have somewhere to go. Yeah, I know the lid's right there, but that's going to take up more space on the desk. Okay. 2 CPUs. 1 block. No pun intended. Alright. Moment. Okay. So. This is our new board. There. Okay. Power supply. And in this box, really, coward? Automod doesn't like coward. Fascinating. Okay. Old board. I have no idea, Fire Wizard. Okay. Bit of tape here. The drives are easily distinguishable from each other because their PCB colors are different. Boards, not so much. So, old board, get some frog tape. So we know what's what. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, I need to take that out too. Watch me have to take out the iFixit again. For those of you who were around late into last stream, I did end up finding another M.2 motherboard standoff. As you can see right there. So this drive no longer has to be angled towards the PCB to actually function. Music tiny bit loud. One moment. Any better? Does it need to go down further? Just realized I spot. Go up here. All right. Let's see. Let's put this in. Okay. At this point, okay, good. I'm going to put this somewhere where I both am not going to forget it and is out of the way. Actually, you know what? Let me just put this by the other drives. Okay. Let's see. First thing I want to try is putting the Pro 2200G in the old board with the old boot drive to see if this CPU will boot with a newer BIOS, since it's, well, if I could not bash the pins directly into the lever, that would be great. Okay, we haven't heard anything. Still fit. Alright, let's see. Let's just leave these with one stick in place. So I don't have to keep swapping these in and out. I know both of these sticks are good anyway. That should be fine. Alright, let's see here. Need a power cable. You turn that off for now, don't get that. This way. I turned you off, did I not? Okay, I guess there was a residual power in there. Let's see. Let's see. Don't have a graphics card in here at the moment. Theoretically, shouldn't need one since this does have my GPU. Yeah, no, there's no signal yet. Okay. Oh. What are the pins I need to short to get power? First, it will be consulted the fish that lives in the Fedora and Vault ruin. Your PC will fix itself once you finish Pi on a MacBook Air. Great. No, the computer does not work yet. We're working on it. Oh, you know what would also be helpful? Is if I had literally any cooling on this processor. Straight on top. Okay, which of these two are power switch? Can't really read the markings. Ground. Okay, so it's this one. These two. Seeing white LEDs, which is a good sign. That's what they were. Let's see. Okay. Alright. Mechanicus theme. Alright, so this is with the 2200G on the old board and old boot drive. Which means we know the CPU works. Curiosity. Look up. Yeah, okay. So a Pro 2200G should work with the right BIOS version. Either that or this board is just DOA. Alright, let's turn you back off. Ah, no. Not restart. There, off. Okay. Let's see. What does that tell me? That tells me that I'm going to need a different CPU to update the BIOS on this board. You know what? Just as a sanity check, let's plug this back in. Try this with the new board and whatnot again. Hello, Optic. Were you around at the start of the stream, Optic? I explained this at the very beginning, but I can't remember if you were here for that. That in there. That in there. There's a boot drive. Let's see. You should not signal. Ah, was here and had stream muted. Okay. So, the new CPU came in. It's under this cooler currently. However, in my haste to actually get a new CPU, rather than ordering a Ryzen 2200G, I accidentally ordered a Ryzen Pro 2200G, which it appears also needs a BIOS update to be recognized. Gotta say, I'm very happy to actually see someone fixing anything and do some sanity checks in the middle instead of people, my dad, replacing everything and then never finding out if it was necessary. Yeah. I mean, that's all I really have available to me to do at the moment right now is sanity checks, right? Oh? Backlight's on. Aha! Okay, I don't know why that worked. But we are going to count our lucky stars that it did work. We have life. Let's see. You are hopefully not going to be able to boot. I am going to laugh so hard if the previous owner of this SSD left Windows installed on it. Oh, they did. Amazing. Okay. Alright, Dookie, if you're watching this, you might want to format your drives before you just go handing them off to random people. Okay. Let's see. Okay, good news. This works. Yeah, no internet found. No shit. Anything interesting? We are not going to be, not going to be looking into this person's private business, although I will send them a message on Reddit. Okay. We have here a very long Ethernet cable that is running to my switch in the other room. Oh, let's see. Where did my... I just had my screwdriver in my hand. There we go. Turn that on, and press F1 repeatedly. How long is that cable? 50 feet. And why do I have it laying around? I mean, it's not laying... Oh, F2. Whoops. I knew that in time. Yes. Okay. This says it's BIOS version 5220. I don't think you guys can see that. It's right in the corner underneath chat. You know what? Let me see if I can move some things around so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Is that latest? I don't think it's latest. We'll find out. Let's see. Is it under here? Via internet. Yes, please do that. Either camera quality or my eyes. Yeah, it's probably the camera. I have... Okay, do I need to go back in? Aha. Select internet connection type. HCP. Don't tell me I need a... Hang on just a second. I have a mouse. That's probably easier to actually work with here. You can update your BIOS over the internet directly. In theory, yes, if I can get it to actually recognize DHCP. Okay, let's try that here. Take this. Why are you failing? Lights are on the port. Yeah, I see lights here. Why do you not like the HCP? I'd really like to not let this... listen manually. Okay. Let's look up. Let's see. Yeah, I would love to do DHCP. You know what? Tell you what. Since we know we have a working Windows install, how about we just boot into Dookie's Windows and download this that way? Check your phone's pocket. Yeah, I mean... fascinating. Yes, that was a BIOS tab called AI Tweaker. That's just for fan curves and crap. It's been called that since long before the current AI buzzwords have been bouncing around. You will have to speak to ASUS marketing about that one. Oh, for the love of God. Okay. This just worked. We know it just worked. One last Windows boot before it gave up. God, I hope not. I'm hoping it was something I did. Let's see. I wonder if it's... Yeah, no, we should try to do it first. But this was different. Yeah, I know. I think my PC enjoys rage baiting. Well, I am not easily rage baited. It will have to work a little harder than this. Yeah, okay. What on earth? Whose hair is this? Orange dark hair. That is definitely not mine. Okay. Now that we've booted, plug that back in. Don't say it out loud, the PC will see that as a challenge. Oh my good lord. Okay, well, we have internet since Riot Games is updating. Oh gosh, this is hilarious. Oh, Blowall, I'm gonna go to sleep a bit earlier. Best of luck and have a good rest of stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Please tell me I can't just sign into this guy's Steam. I'm not gonna try. But I really, really hope I can't do that. Okay. We'll do it. Just so we're all clear, that was with new board, new boot drive, new CPU. Some blue screen involving heap corruption, if I read that correctly before it just restarted on me. Okay. I have an X570. Yeah, it appears they did nothing before sending the drive off. This is one of the good memory sticks. So I'm really, really hoping it's not the memory. Yeah, let's just try and restart straight back into Windows, turn off some startup things. Oh, hello Mustang. How's the fix coming along? We have some magic new parts that may or may not work. I am trying... Hello, kitten. Trying to get the motherboard Oh, that's a page fault in something. I have a new and new for me, much older CPU in here right now, and we are trying to get the BIOS updated on this motherboard so I can swap that CPU in without it immediately. I just had a terrible idea. This was doing... Yes, I hear you, kitten. This was failing to boot in exactly the same way. And it has a newer BIOS revision. I wonder if just swapping the 5800X3D in there right now will actually work. You know what? Let's be really nice to this guy. And remove everything, since we apparently need to repair Windows anyway. Local's fine. Fan isn't running. The fan's running. You may not be able to see it, but the fan is... Yeah, you can hear it slow down if I stick my fingernail in there. Might not actually work. It could fail to wipe. I mean, yeah. Yeah, whatever. Just leave the drive. It's a solid-state drive. It doesn't matter. One moment while this runs, I am going to attend to a kitty. What do we need, sweetie? I know, we're squirmy already. Hi, can we say hi to the internet? Yeah, I know you're on the internet. Yes, you are. Mwah. Okay, down you go. Ugh. Oh my god, just reset. Thank you. Okay, how are we coming? 1%? Are you kidding? Let's see. Yeah, Windows Woo. Oh gosh. Okay. Let me think about how to do this faster. Okay, I know what cables to pull. You have 2%. Okay. Let's see. Just joined to see some riveting content. Yeah, we are going to... Okay, let's see. What do we need to do here? First, we are going to shut this off. Alright. Oh, let's see. Okay. Before we do anything else, I am very curious to see if the 5800X3D is just going to work now, and if we maybe didn't need a BIOS update at all. Wipe some thermal grease on. Chat. Sorry, trying to give you a darker background to work with here. Okay. I don't suppose anybody remembers what BIOS revision this set it was, do you? I could just look. Definitely wasn't. 5800X3D was added in BIOS revision 5861. I don't remember what it was, but it definitely was not that, so... Okay. Fair enough. You... out. You... Please. just got your treat. What are you crying about now? Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay. Rather than wait for this to reset, we are going to swap this drive out for the old drive. My stuff on it. Ah! Well, I hope that didn't hurt anything. Where did the screw go? There it is. Okay. Yuki's SSD out. Let me think. Other SSD is installed across the room. That. And you wonder why you need to repair your PC every week. You know, this was working totally fine for, gosh, how long? A couple years since the last time it did something like this, and that time was because it melted a power cable. Because 3090s be 3090s. Okay. And back on. Okay. Now, turn this back on. Now this should boot into my environment. Should. Oh, why are we stuck in a boot loop now? Love the smell of burning plastic in the morning. I had that with the plug on a portable electric radiator. Oh dear. Okay. Can we, like... Ah, there we go. Took a couple attempts, but we got there. Yeah, I know there's a new CPU in it. Literally nothing needs changed. Oh, come on. Hello, kitten. You've had your treat. What do you want now? What do you do? What's up? Oh, there's no one on there. Please? Oh, we don't need swipes. Okay, come on. We can do this. Yeah, I know it's different Windows. That doesn't have to be difficult. Why are we restarting? This should just go. There we are. Okay. Let's see. You don't need to see my password. Critical process died. You say. How about, instead of collecting information, you just restart the case? Okay, you're not listening to that. Hearing. Yeah, it's times like these when motherboard marketing slogans seem, kernel security check failure this time. I guess that could be because of the CPU swap. Alright, we'll give this one more shot. Low or so. Tells me you're going to try never end, which I do not want you to care about. Yes, meow. My goodness. I have the world's most talkative cat. Oh, there are many problems or so. At the moment, I am trying to get the BIOS on this particular motherboard updated so that it can support a 5800X3D in service of swapping out this motherboard and solid-state drive for a different one. Or no, this is the motherboard we want to keep, in theory. That solid-state drive needs swapped out. Oh, gosh. How about you don't hear anything, just work? That would be great. Yes, there have been several blue screens of death or so. Okay. We are going to try this one more time, and if this immediately blue screens on me again, then we're going to conjure up the world's jankiest USB. Let's see. Have I done a clean install of Windows? That is one of the few things I have not done yet. Okay. Before we get started here, yeah, you are exactly what I want. Do not make me a game. another image backup of this machine. It's current state. Sorry. Okay, now I'm not seeing, which is good. Okay, that cable fell onto the floor. The Windows, and this is my old boot drive. This is my existing Windows install, but on a drive I am looking to swap out. The Windows install on the other drive is still in progress. I'm not even gonna mess with that right now. Okay, we have internet. And just so this doesn't clutter up Firefox history, let's do this Edge. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, this is one of the errors I was getting beforehand. And yes, I do have full Visual Studio installed. That is just something that comes with being a .NET dev. Okay. Let me think. Rather than wait for... let's see. Rather than wait for the Windows on the other drive to reset itself, because that was taking bloody forever, I am going to create the world's jankiest USB adapter setup so that I can actually plug in my external drive and we can install Windows fresh. .NET SDK installed, yeah. In what, do you develop with that at all? And if so, in what IDE? I am curious. Okay. We are going to assume that this drive is bad. Yes, I do remember the cursed save decryptor. Oh, you made the save decryptor. I thought you pulled that from somewhere else on the internet. Ugh. And yes, in theory, I'd love to update the BIOS first. But, in practice, I don't seem to be able to boot into a working environment to be able to do that. So... what we are going to do is a clean install of Windows onto this drive so that we can update the BIOS. And from there we will boot into NutraStore. We'll update the BIOS, swap out the CPU, put some other components in, and from there we will do an NutraStore. going to the source from the compilation. And I download the BIOS on my lap. I could download the BIOS on my laptop, but I'd need to put it on something that I could then boot into. And at the moment, I'm having trouble. Well, one, I have managed to lose my throwaway flash drive. I don't know what I did with it. And I don't want to format my external drive if possible. And as far as booting into an environment goes, I don't seem to be able to. External drive closure. I mean, in theory, I have an old laptop hard drive and a USB adapter I could use. I'm not sure if it works. Do I have an NVMe adapter? No. Although, I might have an mSATA adapter. You know what, let me dig around in a parts box for a minute. See what I have. Oh, let's see. Actually, you know what? This gives me a good opportunity to show off the ERB image. Let's see. Does this work? Hello, Nikki. Alright. A quick survey of my available things that I can put boot stuff onto has yielded... well, the TLDR is it would take me more time to set up any of those than it would be to just install Windows from scratch, so we're just going to install Windows from scratch. Hello, Sally. Let's see. You. Things could be going better, but there is at least forward progress. That's the important part. Things are booting at least for a bit. Okay. Let's see. In theory, that should boot into the next drive. Yes, no? What do we got? There we go. Alright. Honey baby, it is there. Goodness, what a loud cat. Alright. Fine. Yes. Probably doesn't matter. It's fine, this is totally sacrificial. Oh, we are being so nice to this guy. For anyone who wasn't around earlier, I got this solid-state drive in very good condition, but technically used off of the hardware swap subreddit, and they did not format this. So their entire Windows install, including their Steam and Riot logins and everything, watch as this blue screen's out, God, was still there. Okay. Deleted everything to 0. Alright. The other drive it's recognizing is just the external drive that actually has this ISO on it. That is the only other drive that is installed. The multiple entries beyond that you were seeing were different partitions on those drives. Why not Linux? Because I am trying to boot into an environment that will let me update the BIOS. For whatever reason, it does not want to recognize DHCP from within the BIOS. And as far as I know, ASUS, if ASUS makes a BIOS update utility for Linux, that would be news to me. I have a drive with ISOs. I don't know if that would have worked. I do know this will work. I am willing to sack a few minutes letting this create a sacrificial boot environment for something that I know will be... just needs to be FAT32. This drive is exFAT, I believe. Besides, installing Windows from scratch is going to be less than 10 minutes once it actually gets going. Linux, you could just throw the update on the EFI. I'm assuming that's... And that's good to know if I ever decide to go that route. Oh yeah, I probably need to look up what's the command for creating a local account. That's it. Okay. Realize where your bootloader lives. Gotcha. Oh, because the cat's chewed on it. Ugh. Protective cap for the USB port. What were you expecting, Franklin? This is a semi-functioning PC. It's still... So this is new motherboard, new boot drive, new CPU. We are currently... Oh, not out-of-case diagnosis. Yeah, it did not want to boot with the new CPU the first couple times I did it. It magically started doing that, but it has not been in a bootable environment for long enough for me to update the BIOS. No, this is still pre-BIOS update. We are trying to make a functioning Windows install so that we can download and install BIOS update. Eric P., I have made a grave mistake. I bought Space Age. Say goodbye to your free time for the next couple of months. It's super fun. Some PCs just don't cooperate. Yeah. This, I don't know if this is a PC or if it's multiple PCs at this point. Are you... Okay, blue screen during setup is not what I wanted to see. This is the Hades soundtrack. Unexpected kernel mode trap that time. Yeah, I'm crafting this correctly. What happens if we just restarted and nothing else? I know that ISO is fine. Also bought Mortal Sin today. It's a first-person hack and slash. Looks like art style? Never heard of it. Sounds sick. Okay, that's an improvement. That's less of an improvement. Okay. How much of a problem is this going to be? I know there's going to be some updates, because this is a 24H2 ISO. Okay, deep breaths. Let's see. PC is not winning the rage bait war. This may be hard to believe, but I have had worse problems than this in the past. Elaborate? Oh gosh, let me think. What was the worst computer issue I've ever had? Is this gonna be like a Pocahontas thing where I can't think of any right off the top of my head? Jeez. Okay. Tell y'all what. Shut you off manually. This is supposed to be one of the good sticks. I have tested this independently. It should be fine. But just in case, we will swap it with the other known good one and try this again. If I really have to go down to a single stick of RAM, I am not going to be very happy. Yeah, I have done memory tests on every stick of RAM I own individually, and that was supposed to be one of the good ones. Nightmare hardware problem was Wi-Fi would slow to a crawl almost every evening. Best theory I ended up with was some neighbor making dinner with a faulty microwave. Oh gosh. Okay, this was not my experience because I have never worked here, but I once met an older woman who once worked at a place I believe called Ascension Island, which NASA used. And she discovered one day that her microwave was picking up radio signals from a Russian warship that had docked nearby. And she reported this, and then the US military came in and took over her kitchen. Just a bunch of troops and spies huddled around her microwave until such time as the warship left. Actually, if I saw that correctly, it looked like it was automatically applying the Expo profile. Maybe I should step this back to 2033. If this continues to blue screen on me, we will, well... Oh gosh, what do we even do then? If this continues to blue screen on me, then it's not memory, that's the problem. We've gotten here before. Swap in bad RAM just to make sure. Once I get a working OS environment again, I am probably going to test each of my RAM sticks individually again, just to see. I was very curious to know whether the memory errors were being reported because the memory was bad or because the motherboard was bad. I'm still not entirely sure. Not on an OS crusade, but have you tried Linux just to get more different diagnostics? I have not. If Windows insists on continuing to crash on me, I will go download a Mint ISO or something. Oh, let's see. I'd go with Dora. Yeah, see, this is... Part of why I don't really want to get into it is because everybody has their opinions on exactly what distro should be using. It's Fedora. No, it's Arch. No, it's... I assume Gen 2 is still a thing. I had a classmate or two who ran that day. Gen 2 is indeed still. I would have assumed that wasn't going anywhere. People who like to compile their kernel from source for their hardware are a crazy lot. Best distro is the one that works for you? Yeah, but how many distros do I have to go through before I find that? I see blinking lights. This isn't about. Okay, this is sacrificial. We will name our device ASDF. Dora with plasma is what I would start with. That's a good question, Optic. I don't know. I don't know if, I don't know if Steam's, what's it called? The FX library? Their compatibility layer or layers. They have FX, they have Proton, there's a number of things like that, and I don't know that those are bundled into any major Linux distro at the moment. Do I take song requests? If I have them and they're not gonna get the YouTube VOD copy struck, sure. Okay, can we just... I'm trying to get to the part where you without having an online account. Proton comes bundled with installing Steam. There. recommend Happy Chaos's theme from GGST. I don't know what that is. My options are among the... Okay, here we go. My options for songs are game soundtracks for games that I own. / have the, Okay. / have the soundtrack for. Should have 10. Easy. There we go. User. There we go. I hate that you have to jump through so many hoops to just make a damn local account on your damn local computer. Hello, Pangoo. Hades 2. I do have Hades 2. I think I do anyway. Yeah, I have Hades 2 on here. Guilty Gear Strive. I do not have that. Okay, we have a bootable environment. Shut up. Oh my god. Okay, now. Why is Synapse already installed? It likes to do that if you have Razer peripherals plugged in during Windows installation. I don't know exactly how they've managed to hook their bloatware into the Windows update line, but they have. Not do a beta BIOS, please. View. Oh my god. It's weird. There's no way. Do this That's what I just happened. Oh, Nate. Okay. All right. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yes, we are doing all of this to download and install the new BIOS. Okay. The only commonality, hardware-wise, between this system and the previous system is that stick of memory. I don't recognize that. What does that mean? Typically caused by faulty RAM, outdated/corrupted drivers, or hardware issues. Let's see here. Alright, lovely view of the back of my head incoming. Ugh. Okay. Try to put a different stick in a different slot. And just to be safe, I should probably turn off expo profiles. There we go. A friend installed her PC a while ago. We couldn't get into Windows because he needed to have online access, but couldn't go online because we needed to be in Windows to install the drivers. Yeah. It's amazing to me that modern Windows borderline requires you to be online. Okay. Turn that off. And you are going to complain about not putting up properly again. Yes, anyway, or not. Don't know why you would just let it through like that. That seems like a terrible idea. Okay. Where were we? That's what. Yeah, this is what we're looking at. Instead, we're doing. Where we were. 6. Is it also blue screening without XMP? That's what we're trying right now. You really use. Launch your EFI partition and drop the update file in it, then you can update BIOS. if my position on this is not... yeah. It's fine. Passes better. Time. Gave my sister my old room, which worked perfectly in my system, but on hers it would refuse to run properly. But after turning it down to 3200, it's now fine. Yeah. I have had finicky RAM before. Ugh. I'm a little curious. You know what? Out of curiosity. I want to see if I can do that directly. Huh. Apparently we can just leave this directly from C. Yeah. You can just read NTFS apparently. I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, I've not seen that done before either, but I'm not gonna complain at this point. I wonder if it could just read expat. It's not showing my external drive on here. Like, it finds it in the list of drives to boot from, but it's not showing it as a storage device that we can read. That we can read BIOS update files from. So, question mark? Yeah, fun fact, there's like 2 vendors for... Yes. American Megatrends, and what's the other one? I never remember this. But yeah, motherboard manufacturers are very much people assembling commodity items up to and including software with their precious little skin on it. Yeah, Mary. I forget the other one too. Time to throw weirder file systems at it and see what it can read. Oh gosh. For what it's worth, on my Asus AM4 board, I had to do FAT32 for it to appear. Yeah, that's kind of what I would expect would be required of this as well. But this lovely little external drive, crucial, RIP, is 4 terabytes. And I believe that is over the FAT32 limit. I forget what it is, what the total volume size limit is for FAT32, but I want to say it's below 4 terabytes. Okay, while this is going, let's think about other soundtracks we can be playing here. What do I have? I have 1,000 Times Resist, A Bird Story, Bastion, Before Your Eyes, BPM, Braid, Broforce, Claire Obscure, Crypt of the Necrodancer. Hades 2, I mean, I do have Hades 2. Here. Don't know how different that's going to feel from Hades 1, but... let's see. Has a more witchy vibe. As it should. Imagine it crashes during BIOS update. God. I mean, worst comes to worst, I have a backup motherboard. It's just that's maybe the problem that I was trying to isolate. Oh, come on, little one. You can do it. I have a BIOS from 2019 to 2025. Yeah, we are, yeah, 2019 would explain why it doesn't like an X3D CPU, for sure. One of the few things I am superstitious about. It's honestly, BIOS updates have never given me all that much trouble. Windows has given me all sorts of trouble over the years. But once you're down at this level, there's not a whole lot you can do short of like pulling power in the middle of the process to screw it up. I suppose American Megatrends International knows what they're doing. Which MOBO and CPU is it? This is a Asus Prime X470 Pro motherboard. And the CPU in here at the moment is a Ryzen 3 Pro 2200G, which we are just using. Update successfully, system be reset. Okay, I want to see this boot into Windows before I call it a success. We are just using this to update the BIOS on this motherboard so we can fit a 5800X 3D in here. This is the same make and model of motherboard as my previous one, but I was under the impression we detected a new FTPM firmware version / processor, which will change the data / structure of storage space for firmware FTPM. Did not apply FTPM function. Okay. So let that update. Yeah, anyway, previous, I say previous in air quotes, current computer has been giving me some odd storage blue screens. So I am replacing the motherboard with another of the same make and model so as to try to dodge Windows reinstall. State of configuration set to await code. I really need to do that. I don't even have it there. Or is this just a thing you're thinking about once? This is for BitLocker. I don't even have BitLocker enabled. Or at least I didn't enable it. Yeah, it's okay. All right. We have a bootable environment. Let's see. G. Breaks, we're okay. FTPM warning is in case you have it. Yeah, that I gather. I'm not sure why it would then need to care about SATA RAID mode versus HCI when I have literally no SATA devices plugged in, but we chose to ignore it, and things appear to be working. Okay. Let's see, what now? What now? I can swap out the CPU. In theory, I should be able to swap out the CPU and that should work. This has also been giving me some blue screens during the installation process, which makes me think that maybe there are more memory errors to be uncovered. Do I have a spare GPU? I have the 3090, but other than that, no. I always wondered who came up with ASUS's In Search of Incredible, because it sounds like they haven't found it yet. Maybe one day they'll let us know. Ugh. Okay. Let's see here. Next step, next step, next step. I think swap out the CPU, see if it boots. If it does, what do I want to test next? I guess go back into memory diagnostics and see if there are more RAM problems. Let's try that. Okay. Shut down completely. Yes, it is nice of them to let us know that they are still looking. I have a 3090 off to the side here that I will be plugging in. Which, in theory, solves the GPU problem. Okay. Say goodbye to the 2200G. Hello to the 5800X. No. No power yet. Yeah, it's water blocked. I'm counting on the thermal mass of the thing being enough to keep it from overheating until I install this back in the main rig. Time to find out whether that works. Also, I need to put this on a box or something because the PCI bracket is going to extend beneath the bottom of that. Slack these. It should be fine. But I guess we'll find out. Thank you. Okay. EP cable into there. That orientation. Oh, let's see. GPU power into here. Hopefully somewhere out of the way, please. I believe that's generous of you. Okay. Pop that back down. Alright. Yes, we have had progress. things have happened. I have hope that does not constitute believing yet, sorry. I don't blame you one bit. Okay. We have Post. 5800 X3D. Alright. What else do we want to mess with while we're in here? Anything? Probably best not to mess with too much. Let's see. Fine. Ooh. I know this is a low profile cooler, but still, D8. Not great. Okay. Motherboard did need a BIOS update. Have I tried praising the Omnissiah and appeasing the machine spirit? Maybe that's my problem. I'm not, I am a machine atheist. Yes, I know I updated the CPU. Thank you. Turn it off before the GPU decides to cook itself. I mean, if it's a problem, it'll turn itself off. I'm not doing anything terribly intensive here. I'm not going to be blasting this with FirmArk right now. All it's doing is output for one display. It should be alright. Hey, there's the Windows circle. Okay. We are in our sacrificial Windows environment. Let's see. It says 5800 X3D, 16 gigs of RAM. Windows 24H2. What is the speed of 3600 MT? Great. Okay. Alright. You already put the SSD you plan to use with the PC. Yes, although I plan on image cloning from a backup. Using this with a quick burst of Ada 64. Oh, you you may not have been around for that, Fire Wizard, but this is a fresh Windows install. I did have to do that because their install was blue screening. Yeah, now we wait for the blue screen. We are not going to let it get that far. Memory diagnostic. This should be a clean stick. We will find out. And if that's a clean stick, we still have to test the other one. Oh gosh. Literally come to not love it. It's okay. We have been through many steps with many stages here. I don't blame anyone for losing track. Now we are going to spend Also fun with the issues I had. Memtest showed 0 errors, but Windows still killed itself. That's a really fun one. Oh, what are we pinging about, Chloe? Ah. Will I fix my computer tonight? You know, at this point, I think there has been enough forward progress to get back to a bootable environment, and if I still have problems after this, I feel confident in saying it's a software issue at least. Either that or my CPU is dying, which feels like I would definitely blame Windows before I blamed the CPU. Yeah, RAM syncing to the progress of the check would be fun. Okay. Once this gets to like 25% complete total, if it hasn't found anything, I'm gonna call it good. Love that we've come to a time in this world. No one is fully confident in you fixing it. I don't blame them. I blame no one for having doubts. I am not fully confident myself. To be fair to Windows, or at least to this current version of Windows, previous versions have also had issues. Like, generally speaking, when you get a blue screen, your first course of action should be software compatibility issues. But yeah, if all of my software that I needed to work would work on Linux, I would be happy to switch. But, I mean, let's count. I need all the games that I play for the channel to work on Linux. I need all of my editing software to work on Linux with codec support and all that fun crap. If I was just using a PC like a normal person, maybe that would be okay. But, I am an outlier. Yeah, the games should work. Previous versions had issues, yes. Does this specific version have had so many problems? Some would straight up break your stuff, some of them prevent you from logging out until a new update is forced, also yes. Maybe I have just been... Okay, I am going to date myself here, but my first family computer that I ever had exposure to ran Windows Millennium. And for those of you who were not around for that, those were dark days. It worked fine as long as you didn't try to start it or shut it down or breathe on it wrong. Damn, you're old. Yeah, I feel it. But that faithful little computer ran Windows Millennium for like 2 years until we upgraded to XP. And I was excitedly going around and telling all my friends at school, like, it's amazing, it doesn't crash all the time. And they were giving me weird looks like, yeah, it's not supposed to crash all the time. What are you talking about? Because I just did not have exposure to anything else. Hot take, Vista was good. I agree with that hot take, honestly. I quite enjoyed Vista. What was my favorite Windows Media Player skin? Oh gosh. Did I mess around with skins for Windows Media Player, or was I using something else like Foobar or Winamp? I don't remember anymore. Mine was the green head. Nice. I will say, something that media players did back in that day that none of them seem to anymore, that's really, that I miss quite a bit, is music visualization. Windows hasn't been doing that for like 25 years, so for them to go back to being that bad, yeah, I don't disagree. Windows 11 has a great many problems. Not least of which is that they just don't really seem to be trying to fix them. First contact with Windows was 98 on the school PC and XP at home. Dodged a bullet. You did. Okay. This is 40+% done. It hasn't found anything yet. Now let's let it wait until the first test pass finishes. The two bad sticks of RAM over there in the corner showed problems basically immediately. So if this completes a full test pass, I am satisfied with that. Can't sleep. I'm sorry, Blauwell. Hidoro is getting a second season on April 1st. I assume that's an anime? That sounds like an anime. First Windows was XP2 in school, but that was 2010 to 2012 or so. Gosh, if they were still running XP in 2012, that was, they were lagging a bit. Okay, no problems have been detected on a full test pass. I'm comfortable calling that stick good. We'll test the other one. Got another music suggestion. If you have the game Risk of Rain 2, I might have that? Do I have that? Shoot, I do not have that. That's too bad, that is a good soundtrack. I'll have to pull that one at some point. Okay. Shut down, swap this for a different RAM stick. See if it still has problems. Okay. We have confidence in you. Do we also have confidence in you? Time to find out. There we go. But you do have the same mouse as me. This Basilisk is my backup mouse, admittedly. I have not taken my, oh, shoot. G503X from Logitech is what I typically have plugged into my desktop. Okay. Don't remember what my first contact with it was. All I know is it ran the games I played and that I was not allowed to touch anything else. G502 superiority. There are many G502s, but this one is mine. Yeah. Gosh, okay. Can I complain about Logitech mice for a moment? They make the best scroll wheels in the business when they care to actually put them on their mice. Like, the G502 has this wonderful clicky / freewheeling scroll wheel that you can toggle between, and I love that. And I wish to God they would put that scroll wheel on some of their ultralight gaming mice. Because I do not need the weight or the bulk of a G502. But I would miss that scroll wheel to death if I went to anything else. Metal is heavy. Is it metal? I'm not sure. More to the point, it's just a bulky mouse that they haven't done any attempt at weight reduction on. Like, you can buy, like, Red Dragon mice from Amazon for like $30 that are, like, 35 grams, something like that. Logitech can be doing better. And I think their position of authority in the peripheral space has led them to be lazy. It is mine is rusting fair. Wife has a 502, I have a Red Dragon $20 special. There is nothing wrong with Red Dragon mice. I have one of those as well, and it served me very well. Solid sensor, very light. And cheap to boot, which was quite surprising. Yeah, Logitech can do fantastic hardware when they try. I also had, I don't have it anymore, but I used to have an M705, and I loved that mouse too. And if they had a version of that that used USB charging instead of AA's, I would probably still be using one. Using the MX Master 3 scroll has ruined me with other mice. Don't blame ya. I have considered transitioning to an MX Master 3 just for the side scroll on it. Now that I actually work with video timelines and stuff that takes up a ton of horizontal space, it seems like it would be a really nice quality of life feature. Logitech still uses the cheap mouse buttons that are prone to double clicks. Yup. Again, they're great when they try. First 502 I used at work and wore out in 5 years doing a ton of CAD stuff. And yeah, I had to step off of Logitech mice for a while because there was a bug with Mass Effect 1 where it just would not recognize mouse sensitivity changes, and it was a Logitech thing. Yeah, it has side tilt, but I'm talking about like side scroll, like an actual wheel. Okay. This memory stick also looks like it's going to be okay. Listed on my home mouse because I found it to escape and used it a ton. Nice. Oh gosh. Yeah, my dream mouse at this point is ultralight ergonomic and with Logitech's free scroll. And I have no confidence that Logitech is actually going to make that mouse ever. I started my gaming career with a mouse from '95 that my dad had in a box in the garage. Okay, if it was from '95, important question, was that a ball mouse? My dream would be a G600 with the build of a G502. Barely not, okay. I mean, you say sadly, I have cleaned the roller balls of more than one old school ball mouse. I was there, Gandalf. Completely believe Logitech is on a downward trend through dropping quality control standards. Yeah, they just seem to be lazy? Question mark? Rebound my DPI up and DPI down buttons in the mouse to a macro auto click for left and right mouse because I never use those buttons anyway. Yeah, I should rebind mine on this Basilisk because these two buttons right below the scroll wheel are bound to DPI up and down, and I hit them sometimes by accident, and they cause me no end of frustration. Still using a keyboard from '95, refuses to die. Every time it has issues and I look up a replacement, it gets scared and magically fixes itself. Beautiful. Trust that the sensor skipped full meters of movement or sometimes decided it was moving even though I had my hand on the keyboard. I believe it. Early opticals were not great. Ooh. That is hot to the touch. Can I smell anything? No. Although my sense of smell sucks, so that's not saying much. Ew, that actually left with a little tiny burn. Also had no desk mat at the time, which added to the... Oh, gosh. Yeah, I cannot imagine that was a good time. We're at my M705 recently, and yes, they do still make the things. Stuns me too. I don't know of anyone who actually wants to use AA batteries in the year of our Lord 2026. Either that, or I suppose it's possible they just made a whole bunch more than they ever ended up selling back in the day, and they're still working off old stock, but... Okay. Made a pass, complete, 0 errors. That is what we like to see. Just as a sanity check. Okay. This is 2 good sticks of RAM. I want to do a sanity check on the old sticks of RAM that came up as problematic last time on the previous motherboard. I want to see if that was a motherboard issue or a RAM issue. I believe it was a RAM issue. That would be my theory. but I am willing to try. Got a Razer keyboard because I told people I liked PCs once. So for my birthday, I got the most obviously, hey, what is a good present for someone who likes PCs keyboard and have used it ever since. No shame in that. I would really love for an April Fool's joke of a company making a full cast tungsten mouse. Don't say that around Final Mouse, they may actually take you seriously. Oh, now this is interesting. I know it's still very early, but when I tried this stick on the old board, it was detecting problems pretty much immediately. So it is possible that was a board problem. One thing I didn't expect, the 933 headset has a fully replaceable lithium cell with standard connectors. That doesn't sound like Logitech at all. I'm shocked. I mean, that's a lie. They do have mice that run on AA's. I suppose that makes some sense, but when you accidentally hit your mouse against your keyboard and the keyboard just dies. Tungsten mouse versus 90s keyboard, unstoppable force versus immovable object. Oh. Don't think Nikki is back, but Nikki is running a very old IBM keyboard. And yeah, it looks like an absolute tank. AA mice are nice if you don't want to constantly charge it because they last like half a year. I mean, that's true. And I am one of those people who are totally fine with rechargeable batteries, like as a concept. I was surprised at the number of complaints the Steam frame got when they said that the controllers would run off AA's. Like, you can get AA's now that plug directly into a USB-C port. Like, you can just charge them straight from any USB-C charger. It's amazing. That's how you know it's the future. Recently found the keyboard of a Commodore 64 in my dad's box of ancient relics. I'd rather AAs than non-user serviceable lithium cells. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm not scared of cracking my devices open, but I'm not, user serviceable is a suggestion, let's put it that way. My definition of non-user serviceable is when it migrates up to solder. If it's not soldered down, it is user serviceable. I have such a AA for my flashlight, and I love it because I can either charge it or use a normal one if I need to. Yeah. I mean, especially for a flashlight, like, that still makes sense. In theory, you only need to use them, what, when the power goes out? Or when you need to see somewhere dark? Like, it makes sense to run those off of Duracells or whatever. Yeah, agreed. User serviceable is anything you can do with the provided stuff in a basic toolbox. I just saw I have the same external drive, only I can't find it. Did you steal mine? If I stole this, I don't know where the, charge to my credit card came from. I got lucky timing on this, too. It's not just because this is a crucial drive and they're dead now. But I got this 4TB external for, like 240? Something like that? Uh-oh, what just happened here? Okay, has the GPU finally hit thermal limit? I suppose that is possible. Okay, tell you what. Did it give up on life? I suspect... I mean, given that it did that right in the middle of a off-Windows memory diagnostic, I suspect this is just my GPU overheating, because I don't have this plugged into a water loop. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna turn this off and we are gonna wait some number of minutes until I can touch this again, and then we will try. Got mine for $160 because it was on sale. Very lucky. This drive is like 400 some now. I mean, it burnt my finger, but it wasn't like... Okay, even the PCI bracket is warm now. That's not a great sign. Yes, water-cooled GPU with no fans. It could be in a better spot right now, for sure. We're just trying to do basic diagnostics here. One would hope that the thermal mass would be enough to keep this running for more than a handful of minutes, but apparently not. The burning is how you know it works. Yeah, it might be time to set up the loop. Let's see. I guess we can still do memory testing with the loop set up. It's just a question of how much mass I have to move around to get things working. But other than that, this seems like it's in decent working condition. You are testing a component to see if it works, and it is scalding hot. It definitely works. Yeah. Or at least power is running through it, if not, you know, the correct way. Yeah, it's a 3090. It's supposed to glow. Oh, gosh. Graded my PC early last year and built a home server last summer. Pretty glad I didn't wait longer. Yeah, I got a NAS myself last summer, and boy, I dodged a bullet on that one. Now 1 a.m. here, bedtime, wishing you all the best with reassembly. Take care. See ya, Andrew. Okay. I am going to break for a couple minutes just to move around and stretch, and then I think we are going to reassemble the loop here. Give this time to cool off. Reassemble everything, and then run a... Oh, let's see. Run a couple more memory diagnostics, and then run a image restore. And in theory, that should be enough to get us back up and running. Okay. I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we will try putting this loop back together. The VODs are on YouTube, Chloe. I don't know that there's any reason to edit them into a video. Okay, be right back. Okay, we are back. Thank you. Alright, time to start ripping things apart. Let's see. Well, this for a while. This. Ugh. That for a while. Okay. Let's see. I think UCP air cooler served well. Oh, they made a change to verbose engineering. Now barreled recipes are even slower. Oh, verbose engineering. Okay, that's still warm. Recently learned that if I haven't eaten in a while, I will start shaking. That's, I mean, yes, that will happen. Have you gotten your blood checked recently? Because that can be a sign of things like low blood sugar. Okay. Even the fittings are hot. Amazing. To a medical professional and they mentioned that. Yeah, it's ask me how I know. I mentioned on the last one of these streams that I have a condition that you should not look up called ulcerative colitis. When I was in college, that once caused me so much internal bleeding that I was walking around for a couple of months with like a quarter of the blood that you're supposed to have in your body. When they finally figured that out, the nurse was very impressed that I hadn't just dropped over dead. So yeah, fun signs of anemia. You are cold easily, you are tired easily. If you have it really severe, like I did, you can start to, like... how would I describe that? On a couple of occasions it got really bad, because I hadn't eaten in a while on top of not having much blood in my body, and I would, like, start to say a sentence, and it would make sense in my head, but it would come out all garbled. Like, just lost the ability to speak coherently until I had eaten more. Which is, not a place you want to be. Okay. Come on. Okay, GPU out and resting on that chair. I have all those symptoms, and according to Googling my symptoms, I have 2 seconds to live. RIP Fire Wizard. that. Oh, what do we need? Let's just get the CPU block on here while I have easy access to the backplate. There we go. Okay. Thermal grease is still. Watch out that the chair doesn't ignite. It's an Aeron. It's mesh, and I put it leaning a bit against the armrest, but it's not flat against the surface. It should be okay. It's still exposed to the air. I had COVID and needed to go to the ER. My blood sugar tanked because I wasn't eating glucose packets. They're such a wake up. They really are. Okay. Straight properties block. Match up the thermal grease on here. How many slices of cheese should I put on my sandwich? 0 is not an option. What kind of sandwich? And what kind of cheese? Ham and salad. Ooh. And you can tell I haven't eaten it well, because that sounds amazing. And, oh, and raclette cheese. Fancy. Well, I am Swiss. Fair. Oh gosh, yeah. 1 to 2. 1 to 2 slices of raclette. Depends on how much ham you have on there to balance it out. I grew up not liking raclette very much, and then every Christmas around here in Chicago we have a German market that comes in called Christkindl Market, and there is a booth that comes there every year that makes these melted raclette sandwiches with what do I put on mine? Salami and mustard, I believe. And gosh, on a cold winter's day, those are to die for. Just delicious. Christkindl Mart. I admit I do not know the correct pronunciation of that. Come on. There we go. Good enough. awful. Before I put in or not? There we go. Right. Around properly? I think so. Yeah, good enough. Okay. In Switzerland, we have these rocklet ovens with a lower compartment to melt the cheese in a tiny pan, and above a grill for bacon, small sausages, and such to add to it. God, that sounds amazing. Oh. Do I think something awful was a net positive or negative on the internet? I don't know. It is hard for me to point to any of the current ills of the internet and honestly say that they wouldn't... How do I want to structure this sentence? I think the things that we can sometimes point to something awful and say it was their fault would have happened anyway, even if something awful hadn't been around. I think it's mostly a people are people and people are kind of crap thing. Okay, let's see. Not everything. This is just. There we are. Right over here. Move the additional standoff other motherboard. SSD. Oh, you know what? Gosh, okay. Even if I'm running an image restore, I may not want to do that with additional drives installed. Less in case of bad drivers and more in case it wants to touch other drives during the process. Which it shouldn't do, but the safest way of avoiding that is to just not put any drives in. There's nothing but data on them, but it's still data that I would prefer to not have to lose or reconstruct. So I think we are going to try to live without that for now. This particular drive is always a pain to reinstall once I have the bottom radiator and fans in, but we're just going to make it work. Shouldn't to do is a very good way to figure out what'll happen if it does that. Yeah, I want to say last time I played it safe, and I should probably play it safe again. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Towel back down. You. All right. Hold this back from the floor. I have a half-filled fridge and a pantry with some random stuff. A lot of cheese. Well, I think given the context of this conversation, you know what the priority item has to be, right? Okay. Now, let's when most of the chat in an American stream is European. I am surprised all you Europeans are still awake. Box power 1. Box power 2. Oh, let's see. That's fine. That's RGB. That's fine. Maybe I do need to redo. Let's see. You should be okay. Where's the it's you that I'm concerned with. You weren't spinning this time. Then again, no way to figure that out until plug it back in and see what happens. Anything else I need to do back here for now? Don't think so. Need to tough this night out anyway. Found it the best way to fix my schedule. You know, I have done that myself a number of times, and it does great at, like, screwing your sleep schedule in the opposite direction. But for actually fixing things, I have found it a lacking strategy. Okay. Not that I'm not glad to have you around. Because I just, you know, want to make sure you're doing what's best for you. You yeah, I need to. Aha. Was off. Is it bad when you can look at a front panel I/O pinout and know that you've plugged something in wrong just by looking at it? I feel like that may be a bad sign for my mental health. It's not bad, that's called skill. And skill of a kind, sure, but wouldn't exactly call that a critical skill. Okay. You are barely. Goes when you plug in 3 USB A's in a row, right way around first try. Amen to that. Why are you up, Center? See ya, Optic. Good luck with your job interview. Oh, what song is this? That's a good question. This is a song called Song of the Deep. From the Hades 2 soundtrack still. Ah. Alright. Let's see. You go here. Alright. Hello, graphics card. There we go. Okay. Go through that way. Alright. Let's see. There. Okay. Stand off. Yet. Hollow Knight or Silk Song OST, maybe. Let me see if I have Hollow Knight. I would be happy to just launch this in a browser, but I don't have my OBS set up for audio from a browser source right now. So, just water. Let's see. Do I have Hollow Knight? I do have Hollow Knight. The original. Let's see. There we are. Let's see, what was I just doing? Okay. Let's get some... This one looks like the EPS. takes... Yep. Okay. Oh, sorry, Chloe. Y'all call out recommendations, and I am quick to jump on them when I can. Okay, 24 there. Here. 2 8-pin there. Okay. Let's see. Is that everything plugged in? No. Fans still. That can wait. Or rather, I need to be on the other side for that anyway, so I might as well do that. Love the Clear Obscure OST. I also have that one kicking around. I apologize for the awkward angle, but I need to do some wire management in back without draining a bunch of water out of my GPU block. Ugh. Okay. CPU cable. I'll just shove that whole thing there. Just no. Alright, 1 8-pin. 2 8. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Radiator? Yeah, we should do that first. Yeah, let's, do you have the Celeste soundtrack? That is a good question. I don't think so. I do not. Sorry. Let's see a little off to the side here. I have these fan cables daisy-chained together, and for whatever reason, it did not like spinning up earlier when I had one of these in the lead, so I'm going to switch which one is in the lead here and hope that fixes the problem.
Can I route this back through without having to screw two? Okay. That works. That's RGB. Okay. Tilt this back down. Zooms up. Alright.
I'm liking these favorite OSTs in the chat.
These trumpets. I've always had a soft spot for Pokemon OSTs myself, but that's mostly a nostalgia thing. Which Pokemon? I was a Gen 2 and 3 kid. For the most part. Actually spent a little time this weekend during some downtime playing through some more of Alpha Sapphire. And it has been quite fun. Okay. Let's see. CPU pipe 1. You could just screw on nicely. That would be pretty cool. Come on, look at that. There we go. Maybe? What is it? moment of leaky or no leaky is getting closer. It is indeed. But you know what? Leaks I can handle. I will take a leak over random blue screens any day. And a Kleenex over every part that could be leaky. So what you're kinda supposed to do, or at least the generally accepted method in the modern day and age, is to hook up an air pump and then use that to do a long-term pressure test. If the pressure dips, then there's a leak somewhere. But I don't have an air pump, and I'm certainly not waiting for one, so... we are just going to screw all of these really tight and hope that it does what it's supposed to do. I just realized I need you not plugged in for a little while. Because I need to run the pump without the rest of the computer. Okay, let's see here. Time to deal with the annoying part. Ugh. 3 fans. All need to be fed through that bottom hole and then chained together and then back out of the same cable hole. Unless I wanted to do this through the side grommet, that would probably be easier. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I only did soft tubing and used an extra PSU to only power the pump, which I feel is safe enough. Yeah. If I ever water cool again, it will definitely be with soft tubing. Much as I love the look of hard tubing, I am not a fan of having to drain the entire loop every time you need to swap out a component. Or just use air. Yes. Hence the if I ever water cool again. I'm not convinced that I will. I do love the silence, though. Uh-oh. We have a cat. Hello, little one. How are you? Have I been at this too long that you've woken up from your nap now? Oh, goodness. I hear that. Yeah, I'm with you, Pangoo. It was fun once. I don't know about more than once. Hi, how's the kitten? Oh, running off again? Oh, but you're so puppy. What would be the most inconvenient way to cool a PC? Oh, I don't know if immersion actually counts as inconvenient. The idea of just hooking up a few heat sinks and then dunking it in a tub is pretty nice, even if the chemicals in that tub are horrible. Keep swapping out a block of copper. Okay. Goes down there. Ugh. Two up. And to the side. Without falling would be great. Okay. Let's see. Disentangle these. Fan. Where'd you be over here? Okay. Daisy chain 1. Daisy chain 2. Liquid nitrogen is plenty inconvenient, this is true. Oh, we need to do that the other way, don't we? Come on. Because that's the one we actually need to plug in. Can you flash your cat, please? If she comes back, I will do that. Oh, come on. Thank you. Alright. Let's see. One cable tie around these. Okay. Is your CPU not made to run at absolute zero? Well, if there's anything I've learned from the extreme overclockers, it's that it's not the temperature so much as the condensation. Okay. There we go. Okay. This one later. Meantime, and power hooked up, which is what we want. Solid helium. Ugh. Is that even a thing at any temperature? Okay. That should be everything that's plugged in down here, barring the aim drive, but that's okay. Alright. Radiator. probably be a good idea to put our fittings back on before trying to put this back into place. That seems like a good idea. Okay. 1 in, 2 in. Okay. Before we get that screwed too tight. Let's screw this back. Solid helium exists only at 0.95 Kelvin and 26 atmospheres. How do you cool something with lasers, Pangoo? I was rather under the impression that that would typically heat it up. A little off center here. You tried cat cooling where you cool your laptop with your cat. If the cat counts as cooling, she does like sleeping on top of this desktop quite often. Warm for her, I suppose. They use lasers to get to 0 Kelvin. I mean, fair enough. Trust the people who have worked on that, because Lord knows I haven't. Okay, you in, you in. Is that Lego under your monitor in the top middle of the stream? It is. That is how the camera is actually... So I'm using an old iPhone as a webcam, and I have it hooked up to a Lego mount. That's a good eye. Made myself, hooks under with a couple of tires here, goes around the back of the monitor, hooks over the top, which is just out of view right there, and then a couple of worm gears and turntables to get it angled the right way. Good eye. Okay. Let's see. Now time for everybody's favorite part. Getting the fan screws back in place. You considered doxing yourself with a meet and greet or house tour? You know, honestly, if I get big enough that there's a mass of people that wants to come visit Chicago just for me, I would be happy to show them around. Can we pet the cat? I mean, obviously. There. Be there in 20. This is when we love getting fans screwed back in. Actually getting access to these screws is just super fun every time. Ugh. 20 hours. Give me just a moment and I will get the cat back on stream. I want to get this screw in a hole first. Because at the moment it is just happily... Oop, maybe? No. Oh, come on. What is the issue here? Okay, you know what? Screw it. We're not doing a back screw for that fan. Two in front is good enough. There. One. Two. One in here. Oh, sure, you found your... that screwed down the hole just fine. No problems. Okay. Alright, cat incoming. I have to keep up. Oh. Hello. Look at that cute fuzzy baby. Look at that cute fuzzy baby who's being very squirmy. Oh, I know. I know. What are we doing up here? Are you just gonna sit there and take up the whole space now? What are we doing? Oh, that's... Yup. Okay, what are we doing? Going down? Can we give you a belly rub? Is that a thing that can happen now? Maybe a little. Just a little. Can we say hi to the camera up here? Yeah. Hello. Oh, what a nice little head rub that was. Her name is Liara. After the character in the Mass Effect series. Oh, look at you. That's so sweet. No, no swipes. We do not need swipes. What's your favorite drum? I mean, it's tough to single out one drum in a kit. I did marching snare for 2 of my 4 years in high school, 2.5. That was a fun time. Hi, what are we doing? What are we doing? Just gonna sit here and take up space? Yeah. That likes the CPU, clearly. This all sorts of interesting. Have you considered the best drum? Desk. I have. I am one of those people who will tap out anything on any surface and annoy everyone around them. At least by default. That is something I have had to train myself out of doing in actual, workspaces. Drum stream win. Oh god, I am so out of practice. I don't think I have... Oh gosh, when was the last time I actually touched a set? That is going on... Oh gosh, it's a long time. It's been a long time since I've touched a set. Favorite drummer? Danny Carey. Drummer for Tool. That man does things I never knew were possible and made them look easy. What are we doing now? Just camping out? We just camping out? Yeah. No. Look at the good anyone can find love except me. Is that a drumming video? Let's see if I can get the cat off the table of her. Oh yeah. There we go. Send to Discord. Japanese dude in the red mascot costume. That man can rock. I'll give him credit where it's due. Oh Okay. Kitty was very good for the internet, so she got some dental treats. Alright. Let us hook up some RGB. There for now. And you. Can I tilt this around? I can. Okay. There we go. I can actually see what I'm doing here. Okay. Daisy chained RGB connectors. Have I tried popping a brewski or 6? I do not drink. I have drank a couple times in college, but nothing that I trust myself to undertake responsibly, to be totally honest. Figure it's safer to just not. Brewski or 6, but with Dr. Pepper. That I could do. Okay. I think the only thing left to plug back in here is the RGB controller. And at that point we can start filling up the loop again. So. Power cable 1. Power cable 2. USB cable. Great. Okay. I hate how finicky RGB cables are. That is gonna fall out any second. That's the kind of click we want to hear. there. You off. You used to watch. There we go. Okay. I'll have to mess with my LED settings later. That's fine. Okay. I think that's everything. Urgh. Okay. So a bottle of water. I need an Allen wrench to undo that. I need more distilled water from the back. Okay. Okay, and I need a cap. ATX power. Okay, that. I should add anti-algae stuff into the cooling water, but we are just gonna go with pure distilled because that's what I have on hand. It's always something I can add in later if need be. Okay. Alright, let's see. In theory... Oh, I don't even have this plugged in. That would be helpful. Let's see. Which way does that... There we go. If you don't add it, you get green coloration for free. No, I have been pretty lucky. I don't think there has been a whole lot that has grown inside of this loop. There we go. That is the force of the pump we want to see. Alright. This off. As this night wears on, that ham and cheese raclette sandwich is starting to sound increasingly good. Okay, we are towards the top here. Okay. Count that off. Just barely managed to repress that far enough to not have to go downstairs. Yeah, go get food, man. Okay. Reservoir is capped off. Oh, let's see. Okay. In theory, we can now turn this on. Hook it up to the display. And it'll work. Oh. Let's find out, shall we? Oh. It would help if I actually plugged the ATX back in. And had some ramen. Getting a little ahead of myself here. First. Keeps moving, these fans are moving, these fans are still not. Thank you, Panduo. Oh, now they're moving. Okay, that's farther than we got last time. Hey! We have life. Okay. Excellent. We are winning. It is alive. Okay. Let me think. That cable is way too far out. Okay, first thing I want to do is... what? Go back into BIOS. Turn these fan curves down a little, my goodness. Yes, all the fans are spinning. Good 5 hours. Is that how long I've been live? I haven't been keeping track. Okay. Alright, let's see. What do we want to do? So let's rotate this so that you all can see what it's doing. Scooch this over. Open 8 instances of Factorio and insta-kill it again. Oh god, I think I have enough problems. Also, it could probably handle 8 instances of Factorio if all they were doing was main menu simulations. Given sufficient RAM, this machine can handle 2 instances of Factorio trying to reach the end of the world, so I have confidence. Okay. Right. All right. Let me just make sure. Okay. 5800X3D, 32 gigs of RAM installed. That RAM is operating at expo speeds. Alright. Factorio does run quite a bit better on Linux, but I don't really have that luxury. If I stop chatting, I fall asleep. Are you sure that going to sleep and waking up at a reasonable hour isn't the right thing to do here? Because it kind of sounds like it is. Okay, restart. Enter BIOS, please. Okay. Fan. Okay. Water pump is. No, a one shot. CPU, chassis 2, and then water. Which I swear. Okay. So we can turn the fans down. That's what you call silent. Okay, is there anything else we need to do while we're in here? Between jobs, I hear that. Let's see. We may have to do this through menus, which would be frustrating, but it's fine. Let's get some internet connectivity here. Do I have hardware info on this external drive? I don't think I do. EBO? Shoot, I should know what that stands for. Remind me? Okay. I may have to install scale. There's a problem with this drive. Yeah, see? It's fine. Oh, Precision Boost Overdrive. Yeah, it's... I am happy enough with it just working right now. I'll mess with that later if I feel like I need to. Okay. Let's see. What do I need to do here? Forget. Do you show temperature? I don't think you do. Not really. Okay. Let's see. I need to restart and try to boot to... Yeah, appears fixed, but this is still on the sacrificial Windows install. Next thing to do is to get my old image working on this. And you completely ignored that. Yeah, I know, just restart. To mess with my boot options, apparently. theory, that should go into Ventoy instead of excellent. Okay. Okay, if I have... Surely it's fine, might as well slap on the side panel. I do have some memory testing that I want to do with those sticks that were previously reported bad. I'm curious if the new motherboard will say the same thing, but that is something I can do off stream because it is very boring to watch. Okay. Let's see. If I've set this up correctly. Which I have not. Okay. Let's see. So the image file I want to restore from lives somewhere else on the network, which is something I thought I could access by just plugging in this Ethernet cable, but let's see. Out of curiosity. Oh, well, that probably doesn't help. Aha. Okay. There's a one step. Alright. What I don't remember off the top of my head is where I would have put this. Give me a moment. Except I'm gonna need to hop off the VPN to see that, aren't I? Okay. Oh god, I definitely don't want that. Shoot. Memory testing is riveting content. Riveting content. Trying to log in on my laptop, but Twitch doesn't support my browser. Let's see, I don't think this is gonna... Ah, it does. Okay. Yeah. Okay. On this computer, I think I can look up my username and password. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this works. The network name cannot be found. Of course you can't. Probably because that's behind Tailscale. Okay. Celebratory cat. She is off sleeping somewhere. I don't know where at the moment. Okay. Option 2. Go into this sacrificial environment. Install Tailscale and Reflect there. No. What on earth are you doing? Just shut down. I need Tailscale because my NAS that has all of my image files is behind Tailscale. Okay. Unplug. Stupid question, but why aren't I booting off my old SSD? Because I'm not sure whether my old motherboard or my old SSD was the problem. Yeah, no, it is not just sitting on my LAN, the VLAN. Dude. Yes, there is Windows unknown. We have our new CPU installed, we have our BIOS updated, we have booted into Windows. This, however, was a sacrificial Windows image that I made to get the BIOS installed. The task now is to go find my image backups on the network and restore from one of those. So, first thing we do is download Tailscale. Oh my god, just... wait. Download. Windows. There you go. There we go. All my stuff is on the internet through Copy Party. Oh gosh, that seems like a security issue, Chloe, but you know Copy Party better than I do. First ever storage extension for my gaming PC was a hard drive. The download speed onto that thing was glacial. Oh yeah, oh man, I remember when SSDs first came onto the scene. I worked with just hard drives for the longest time. Okay, sign into your existing network. Let's see. You don't need to see this. There we go. Okay. Okay, now I need to look up that password. Okay. Yes, allow. Working. Who knows? Privacy rag. If it works. Put the other side on too for peak horse experience. Oh. My worst download story was downloading the Battlefield 3 DLCs overnight and during a whole school day because the CDs didn't come with it. Gosh, that sounds horribly familiar. Okay, what is the hold up here? Quest could not be completed because of an error. Please try again later. Oh god, don't make me push that. You're gonna make me push that. Do I have network connectivity? Yes, I have some. What is taking you so bloody long? Hello again, Nikki. Why did I get a Neuro is streaming notification? That's an excellent question. Did it go off again? It went off again. Why did it do that? I haven't stopped. Wild. Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's see. That should give me access to as maybe if Tailscale wants to decide this for me. Okay. And log into Unraid. That's not what I need. Do I just restart? I mean, it's probably complaining about a lack of password. That's great. Except for the part where you still can't connect to anything. Computer is mostly working. And hello, Jess. I almost dropped my phone into my face. I think that's the sign for me to go to sleep. Yes, go sleep. Sleep well. Okay. Tail skeleton. Good up. Actually, I bet I have to... Yeah, okay. This PC... Adding network location. There's a share to publish to. Entering enter does not appear to be I know my NAS is. What are we doing? Being half a horse is more boring than memory training. Yes, I am sorry about that. If I wasn't trying to type in sensitive credentials, I would let you see all of it, but... let's see. Map network drive. What is my... Ah! Well, it would help if I was selecting... right folder. Connect using different credentials. There we go. Okay. Now I need to go back here, find that password again. Okay. And... why don't we remember those credentials? Ha! There we go. Okay. Okay, that's one. Now let's map. Excellent. Okay. Alright, this can come off now. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Where did I put Macria? There we are. Yes, I would like to install it. I accept. Yes, this is personal use. Do not register. Does anyone have a mic? I mean, I do. Okay. Now, we restore. Change with so it's fine. Okay. Build. Continue anyway. My in-ear headphones alone have like 6 mics. Do love their noise cancellation, don't they? What in-ears do you have, Pangoa? What is it? Just for buggery environment. Okay. That's nice. Restore. Here's what we actually want. Restore. Browse for backup file to restore. Why can you not? D? Why? Okay, fine, I'll copy that logo. Let's see. These two. Ugh, 13 minutes, really? Pango has the Sony WF-1000 XM5s. I have the XM4s myself, and I love them. Minus that, oh, thank you, Jess. Minus that one bug they had where they would, drain the battery super fast. I had to RMA mine for that. Other than that, they were great. And yeah, completely agree that active noise cancelling is fantastic. Ugh. Okay. Let's see. What can I be doing while this runs? Is there much of anything? I don't think so. This is still mostly sacrificial. Fun fact, Copy Party can now panic and terminate if there is an active security update. That's a nice feature. Good luck at night. Thanks, Unknown. Why is the YouTube UI so bad? A question for the ages. My goodness. I have semi-seriously considered making a browser extension that fixes YouTube's UI issues. I know that there's like a dozen that fix one thing each, but I want to unify them under one roof that you can just like toggle certain changes on and off. Can't even resize the chat box, that sucks. Oh gosh. It better not take 35 minutes. Remember the 2 days or so YouTube decided to swap the video description / comments with the recommended video location? Oh gosh, do I remember that? I remember them screwing with comment positioning, but I don't remember them putting more recommended videos in its place. Ugh, tell you guys what, I am... Ugh, it is 10 p.m. here. I need some food. So I'm gonna leave this running for a few minutes while I go and throw together a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something simple. I will be right back. All right. Sandwich acquired. What did this do? Oh. That would do it. Let's see. Display settings. Actually, this is under power. Yeah, no, that's not. Energy saver. Screen sleep. Not turn off the screen, please. Thank you. Ugh. I thought it blue screened for a horrible split second. Ugh. Oh yeah, that was a much needed sandwich. I hope all ye for whom it is later than it is here have gotten yourself some food and taken care of yourselves today. And not just been watching this for the last 5 hours or however long it's been. Customizing the dock on my KDE install. Nice. Ugh. How do you have your KDE customized, Pangoa? Or is that too broad a question? mute any application from the dock and adjust its volume. That's nice. I don't think, I know Windows lets you do that. I've had to mess with its volume mixer before, but I don't think there's a way to, like, pin that to the taskbar or something. Ooh. Let's see. I suppose we don't need this distilled water. Too broad, just nice to, for example, reorganize the dock taskbar to exactly how you'd like it, or even have multiple taskbars with different stuff in them. That sounds fun. Okay, let me think. This is all fine as it is for the time being. What is that one key on the left side? That's okay. Little stuff. How are we doing on music? Do we want anything different? I think we are halfway into our second playthrough of Hollow Knight here. Oh my goodness, hello kitten.
Hi. Oh no. Okay.
Oh, there.
Hi. We need to make an appearance to the internet again. Hello? I know, what is all this stuff? Does it look interesting? Yeah? Are we being squirmy? Mwah? Are we being squirmy, little baby? Yes, we are. We are so squirmy. Yeah. Oh, such a good kitty. Such a good kitty. I know.
Oh, okay, we want to get down. Ugh. Nero, sorry, genuinely getting annoyed at this UI and how irritating it is to use. I don't blame you. It's YouTube UI is not a great place to be. If you need to call it, then call it. Ooh. Plasma has a concept called activities where you can switch between them and different apps show in different ones. Let me know how it goes and if you fixed it. Yes, I will keep the Discord updated. I will call it fixed when this is restored from image and when I can run Dyson Sphere for an hour or so on a private stream without it blue screening. But that part cannot be broadcasted exactly. At least not with that risk of immediately cutting out, so I'll keep you guys posted. So are plasma activities something akin to, like, workspaces? Like desktop workspaces? Is that the idea? Plasma activities lets you have different customization options too. I'd be disappointed if it didn't. Okay, 3 minutes. Let's go, girl. You can have custom wallpapers for each activities. That makes it kind of sound like, I don't know, iOS focus modes. I guess I'm curious what people could or couldn't do in workspaces that made them want to build a totally different interaction mode for that. Down to 6 minutes. Come on. You can do it. It's not. Activities has different desktops and doesn't show apps in your other activities and different desktop widgets. Can you run multiple activities at the same time? Or at least, like, can you leave one running in the background while you switch to a different one? You can. Okay. I don't know, it sounds like workspaces to me, but maybe I'm just not getting it. Apparently you can also suspend an activity and it's apt to save on resources. Yeah, this is sounding more like iOS focus modes by the second. Okay, 13 gigs left. Less than a minute. Let's move, girl. You can do it. Down again. Come on, come on, come on. All this because Macriam can't find a network location. Goodness. Okay. Let's see. We have... Let me just get this here. Oh, let's see. Browse for an image or backup to restore. Now if we go... Hey, look at that. B17. Okay. Yes, we that. Yes, we all these options. Okay, let's see if this explodes. Following drive is in use. Good, as you should. Only available. You have enabled this option, which I have. Work run from Windows P to Mac. Restart. Okay. If this has worked correctly. It looks like it has. That loading files was promising. Hey! Okay. Straight into Reflect. Automatic restore is about to start. Good. Do the thing. We need cancel. Okay, try this again. I need to put this on a separate disk. I might. You can't find the path specimen. You went and... Oh, you're not smart enough to do that. Great. We have a basic file. Fine. Hello, kitten. Hi. And what was the... Yeah. Where's my mouse? Here we are. Fine, 10 minutes. No way. Can you find this? Aha! Yeah. 71. Not good file associated. Yeah, I know. That's interesting. Okay, I think I may have nuked my Windows install here. Yeah, I know. There. There we go. Okay. Stories. Erase this next. Okay, so we can do this over. That's good. Following drives will be overwritten. Okay. Apologies for the knuckle cracking. What are we? Processing. Okay, progress. I don't know if y'all can see this, but there's a tiny progress bar here. We are, in fact, restoring from image. After a whole lot of time spent circling around that, it appears to be in progress and working. Oh. I think we need... I mean, I nuked the Windows install on this disk on accident because I was trying to restore from the same drive that I was trying to wipe, which went and deleted some things it shouldn't have. I thought it would be smart enough to not do that, but apparently not. But the image file was always still intact. So we are restoring from the one on the network right now. And that appears to be doing what it should be. Make it so a program is hidden from screen sharing. Fascinating. Oh, let's see. What can I do? I can clean the thermal grease off of this 2200G. And the cat hair which is on it for reasons. Okay. Thank you, 2200G. You have served me well today. Alright, let's see. What else? Start to... Well, can we? No, we actually still need this. So eventually, once this restore works, our drive's back. Didn't even have to pull out the host speaker, which I am very happy about. Death Stranding or Clair Obscura OST, I have both of those. Any preference between the two? I hear Chloe say Death Stranding. So let's do that. I don't know that I've ever really sat down and listened to this one. Just something that came with a collector's edition of the game, so swiped it and stuck it in a media folder. Part 2 coming to PC soon, that should be fun. I have heard it is weirder than Part 1. Which, like, I don't know, Kojima's gonna Kojima, I don't know what people expected. PlayStation is stopping bringing their exclusives to PC because of Microsoft. Did that deal fall? I don't know if it was a deal or if it was just something Sony decided to do. Something about the next Xbox being able to use Steam. Oh, so I know that the ROG Ally X or whatever their Asus partnership handheld is called can launch Steam from that, which I don't know, man. It feels like Xbox doesn't know what it is anymore. I think they got a little freaked out by losing that particular console generation war and just decided to go all in on Game Pass and cloud and play anywhere and whatnot, and I don't know why they bother with an Xbox brand then. Oh, the 3-hour ending cutscene was in one was definitely a choice. I mean, again, Kojima. Uh, 15% done. This is gonna take a minute. Still haven't finished Death Stranding. Yeah, I have not finished it either. One of those things that I should do when I have a working computer. One of the games I have to boot Windows to play because DualSense support in Wine doesn't fully work. Oof. Started it at midnight and thought I would just quickly finish the game before bed. Oh. Yeah, that's something that would probably sour me on the experience as well. Say boot Windows, what I actually mean is start a VM with GPU and USB pass-through. I mean, what's the difference? I may have to do the same thing one of these days. Not even Linux to Windows, but Windows to Windows. Or at least that's probably how it would go down, because I love me some 2000s era BioWare RPGs, and Knights of the Old Republic was never updated for systems beyond, like, XP. And probably the best way to get it running, even in current day and age, is to stick it on an XP VM. Because I have tried getting that game working with even Windows 7, and gosh, it didn't really matter what you did to it. Compatibility mode, anything you can think of that should get an old exe running on modern versions of Windows just did not take. Wonder if it would work well through Wine. It used OpenGL as a graphics layer, that I know. So I suppose it's possible. Oh, it has gold on Proton, does it? You know, the hyper annoying thing is that KOTOR 2 was updated for modern systems. You can play that in 4K and on Windows 11, and it's totally fine. And I know for a fact, like, it used the same engine and everything. Like, they could have gone back and done that for 1 as well, but no. And on the flip side, KOTOR 1 has an iOS port, of all things, while KOTOR 2 was never ported anywhere. Do hardware wise while this runs. Go brush my teeth before it hits midnight, probably a good idea. How well supported current games will be in 20 years. Oh gosh. Well, half the reason they weren't supported very well back in the olden days, and then needed to get completely redone, is because older generations of consoles weren't built on x86. Like, I'm gonna forget which ISA goes to which console, but like even big names like some of the early PlayStations were like MIPS or PowerPC or like off the wall kind of architectures, and porting those to x86 is always a pain and a half. In theory, now the fact that consoles are running off AMD cores and generations last longer and whatnot should make them much easier to keep updated, but it's always a big question mark, isn't it?
Oh, what a big stretch that was, kitten. Oh my goodness, I heard that. Do we need food?
I'll be back in a minute or two. I have a fuzzy someone to attend to.
Yes, hi. We want to hop on bed? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Oh, Ellie. Nap. Oh, I hear that. Kitty is all sorts of happy. Purring up his one look. Huh?
Oh, and now I'm getting a call. Give me a moment.